everybody, and welcome back to another X-Plane 11 stream. I hope you're all doing very well. We're on the ground here in Donegal Airport. We're in the Carenado Saab 340 in all its glory. I started messing around with this machine here yesterday, and I kind of like it. It's cool. So we're planned for this evening a couple of regional flights. We have our Aer Lingus colours on as we pan around the fantastic model work of this airplane. So first up, our first flight is going to take us from Donegal down to Dublin. From Dublin we're going to go over to Exeter over in the UK, and then we're going to go from Exeter across to Waterford. Let's see how it all turns out, shall we? I'm using a new camera for tonight, this DSLR thing. So let's see how that works out. Kenneth Fitzpatrick is here. Hi, nice aircraft, he says. Good evening, Kenneth. Many thanks for joining the stream this evening. Yeah, this plane, it looks the job. The repaint for this is available on the xplane.org forums. It's showing off the new Shamrock livery. During these current times, we're not seeing a whole load of flying, but sure, look it, we said we'd give it a bash. Senan Gallagher is here. Good evening, Senan. I hope you're keeping well, pal. You're very welcome to tonight's stream. We're streaming live over on the YouTube and the Twitch. So if you're in for the view, don't be shy. Do say hello in the chat. So where do we start? Another profession I should have got into is the weather. So let us do the weather, shall we? So wind conditions. We have 7 knots coming in at 320 degrees. Temperature is 17 degrees Celsius, dew point 13. QNH 1018 or 30.06. Sky conditions, few clouds at 2,800. Broken at 4,700, and we have visibility of about 20 kilometers, which is just fine, as we can see Mount Errigal in the background in all its glory. So behind my mush here we have a little Carenado menu gadget thingy, and here's a tip for you. If this works, there it works. So I'm gone. So see this menu down here on the left hand side? If you put your mouse over it with a rollerball and roll it towards yourself, it disappears it, and then you can just roll it back and it's back. Have a great flight and stream. Unfortunately I can't stay tonight, says Stuart. No worries, Stuart, you will be missed, my friend. No first officer tonight, I'm afraid. Glenn Morrison is here. Sounds like you're in a theatre, mate. Quite echoey. I hate the echoes. Hang on, we get a little bit closer to our mic. Hope that sounds a bit better, guys. Then again, there's nothing wrong with being in a theatre. A wasted opportunity, perhaps. So this Carenado Saab 340, where do we begin with this? So in X-Plane, we are spoiled for choice when it comes to the Saab 340. The LES version is fantastic. The only reason I'm jumping in the Carenado one, it's a little bit easier. The systems are fairly well modelled, though, I will hand it to them. So we'll jump inside. And we have tiny bits of noise going on in the background. So first things first, we do have ground power available. Let me see. Battery. Go ahead and turn these electrics on here as well. There's our external power. And they're slowly but surely starting to power up. Glenn, you might let me know how the house sound is, and we're not in a theatre anymore. That would be tickety-boo. So with the overhead panel on the Saab, it's easy enough to get lost, but if we start top left and work our way down through all these flows, we'll figure it out. So basically we have all our ice protection, pitot heats and prop heats. We have a couple of lights here we're going to mess around with. So we'll get our panel lights on. Don't need wipers at the minute. Fuel and cross feeds, they can stay to off. Props, lever pumps as they are. Auto coursing can stay off at the minute. Ignition, we're not going to worry about that. Interior lights, turn our panel lights on. Exterior lights, go ahead now, get our nav and beacon on. Logo and wings can come on here as well. As we go back up through the top, work our way down past our fire controls. We have our AC and DC inverter and electric power module. Our DC electrics are all turned on at this stage. Our batteries are turned on. Our gens are off. We can just flick them to on. We can reset them once we get the engines up and running. We can go ahead and get our seatbelt lights on. Let me check the audio. If we go to... bear with me. Monitor and mute. Interesting. Right, we'll give it a bash and see where it all lands. So we continue on with our flows here. Doors are okay. We have our doors open. We've got to close these now momentarily. As we jump down here, we can cancel that warning light. Go get some of these lights up and running here. Don't need our floodlights just yet. We have our trusty Garmin GTN 750. Always handy to have. Get this armrest up and out of the way. And down here now we have approach for our seat dot. That can stay off. Make sure all our stuff is mapped here, which it is. Anti-skid is on. Hydraulic pumps are on. And set up all this good stuff now momentarily. So with our menus here, we're going to go ahead and close up the doors. Close the passenger door and our static elements. We're just left with the GPU powering things up on the outside. Alrighty. So our plan now is to get this machine started here. So to do so, we need to turn on ignition switches. We're going to go starter on the right hand side. We're going to keep an eye on our temperature and our torque as the engine slowly but surely starts coming alive. Introduce fuel into the system here at low idle. Temperature is up. RPM is rising. No worry of a hot start or a hung start. So we have a good start on our right hand side. Turn the ignition off and close the guard. Ignition 1 can come on. Have a look here at our left hand side. Temperature peaks at about 761 as our RPM increases, and then our torque starts coming alive. And that's a good start on the left engine. Go ahead and close that as well. So we can reset our gens here. They're all looking good. And our recirc valves and our bleeds, reset them. External power to off. Don't need to worry about it. Sterile cockpit, we can't hear much behind us anyway. Standby pitos can come on. And we can arm our windshield. So we bring up our trusty Garmin. So where are we going? First flight down to Dublin. So we're going to jump into flight plans. We're in EIDL. And we're going to go direct to... It says Nippet. Now, hang on. Trying to remember how does one do this? Let's see. Would it be a procedure for a departure? Unavailable. That's grand. So flight plan. We're going to go to NIP PT. Enter that. Then we have Olapo. And from Olapo, it's into Dublin. We go back, procedures, our approach is going to be, oh, it's actually arrival, isn't it? And I see a Lapo 1L. Lapo. That looks about right. So let's see here now. So we have Nippet, a Lapo. That looks good. Cancel this little menu here now. Come back into our flight plan, just make sure everything looks as it should. So our flight will take us from Donegal. We're going to go over Sligo, cut across the Midlands down to Aleppo. Aleppo is going to take us over the north side of Dublin, and then we're going to swing all the way around. That looks a little bit sharp at Lapmo, but that's what we're going to do. So it looks the part, or at least we hope it'll look the part. So that's our flight plan loaded in. Go ahead now and get some other lights operational. Taxi lights are now on. Double quick check on our overhead panel, make sure everything is doing what it needs to do. Looks good to me. We can jump back into the cabin here. Engine running well. The interior of this thing is done very well, really high standard, and like you can totally mess around with the seats if you're that way inclined. They move. Pretty awesome. Okay, so as we have a look here, engine's running. Don't forget the GPU, Murph. That could have been awkward. Okay, so taxi lights are on. We're going to start maneuvering ourselves here now. Parking brake is off. And we can go ahead and slowly but surely start heading on out of here. And we do have a dust lock on, get rid of that. And you can go up as well. Do a quick controls check. Ailerons left and right. Elevator up and down. And our rudder left and right. So it was interesting when this aircraft came out from Carenado. Because we probably argued, why do we need yet another Saab in the fleet? How are we now, Glenn? There is much I need to figure out, dude, when it comes to audio. I can hear me, and that's not a good thing. Let's see. This will get loud once we start getting moving, so see how it all turns out. So we go ahead, get our landing lights and strobes. We have to ramble all the way down to the runway and do a U-ey and then depart back out again. Audio sounds are there. This is like the stream jitters. Monitor and mute. Okay. So decent enough weather up here in the Donegal. Although certainly back towards Dublin, clear skies. It's a really nice evening here. Not so much in Donegal. Monitor off. Sorry, Glenn. It's like it must be super annoying. What can you do? I have no way of monitoring the sounds. As in, I can hear my own voice and it's loud and doing what it should be doing. But in terms of how loud or quiet it is over the aircraft, probably not ideal. So hopefully it doesn't cause too much of a distraction. We shouldn't need these. So we'll go ahead and set 12,000 feet in our little altimeter. Oh, do you know what we didn't do? Says the rookie pilot. 3006. There's one. And you should be 1018. There we go. Going to drop a notch of flaps here and get ourselves turned around here at the base of the runway. Get ourselves then lined up for our blast off out towards Dublin. Okay, quick check. So lights, transponders on. Don't need a sterile cockpit. Flaps are down. Start bringing our fuel to flight mode. There's a bit of life now. Power coming in. Keeping an eye on our torque. Airspeed is alive. There's 80 knots. Try and keep it on the center line as best we can. 120. Nice sporty takeoff. Positive rate, gear coming up. Tap the brakes on the way in. There's 300 feet. Bring our flaps in as well. Keep an eye on our departure here as we follow on down towards Sligo. Climb rate is fairly decent. We don't want to go nuts though. Nip it? Knipe it? Nip it? No. But that's where we're going to head for. We have 11 days, guys. 11. That's all we have. Not long now. So, yaw dampener can come on. Autopilot can be activated. We're going to go to GPS mode on our nav. We want to go to our VS mode as well, and we're going to go for 1500 feet per minute on our climb. Jer Carter is here. Nice looking plane. Surely is. We'll jump out for a flyby here now once we get ourselves corrected on our flight plan. And we are underway. Do some nice exterior work here. Such a nice plane. Small bit of lag in the old frames as well, just as it's loading in some weather here, but we're holding on at around 40-ish. Not too bad. So as we double check everything, get our flight plan back up here on our GTN, so we're ticking over nicely. Altitude is just coming up to 8,500 feet for our final climb up to 12,000. Go ahead, get some lights off here now. Seatbelt lights can come off for our couple of passengers. They can chill out there in the back. So we'll have a look at our engine systems here, make sure everything's working okay. Torque settings are fine, temperatures are well within the green. Our RPMs are around the 95 or so, they're all good. Prop RPM is a little bit high. Start bringing these guys back a smidgen. They're looking good. Engine temperature a little bit high, but once we get up a little bit higher, it should be grand in our altitude. So yeah guys, 11 days for the Microsoft Flight Simulator. I can't wait, it's getting ridiculous. I just want to, like, come on. They released a new update video today. and it looks interesting. It's a Black Shark, I want to say, AI. Basically how they kind of build all the models and stuff around the airport and bits and bobs like that. But I have to say it looks very interesting. It's not as simple as just kind of putting Lego bricks down and dropping them all over the shop. So yeah. Watch another few videos as well with Squirrel. Actually, do you know what I need to do? Get in here now, Murph. We turn these lads up a smidgen. We all heard that anyway. That's 1,000 feet to go to our toppy descent. As we're looking over the wonderful mountains of Sligo, and we have the weather loading in. I'm not going to miss that anyway. Jared Carter says it would be interesting to do the same flight in the new flight sim to see the difference between them. 100%. Yes, that is very much going to be the mission. So the flights I've been doing kind of from last week, and a few I'm going to do obviously this week and next week and a few more after that, we're definitely going to compare them. Do you like me mug? My wife got me the mug. Anyway, we're absolutely going to be doing very similar flights just to compare like with like. Like obviously enough, the weather is just going to be totally different. But in terms of the ground scenery, for the most part it's going to be the same, because I'm actually running Bing imagery for my ortho tiles. So that will surely be interesting to see how it all turns out. So Squirrel was doing this video whereby he was testing the physics or the flight dynamics. So we had a little Cessna 152, I think it was in Innsbruck. Anyway, basically he gave it like 100 knot headwind, and it was gusting an extra 50%, and he was stationary on the ground, and okay, he lowered his flaps and he was able to get lift out of the airplane. So even though the plane was technically flying, it wasn't moving, which is an indication that the wings are reading the data from the airflow and then it simulates flight. So the idea that it runs on railroads, I think on the old platforms. Kenneth Fitzpatrick asks, will all airports around Ireland be 100% on Flight Sim 2020? They won't be 100% so far as photogrammetry, if that's the correct word I'm looking for. So for example, Donegal Airport is one of the handcrafted airports, and it's pretty much picture perfect. The buildings are the right colours, heights, dimensions, textures, you know, even down to flags. My own experience with other places in Dublin, not just Dublin, all over the country, some are very accurate, as in your elevation is spot on, the mesh is very, very good, elevation data, all that kind of stuff. The runway headings are obviously going to be correct, and they're using fairly decent data in terms of they can see the buildings from the map and they'll populate them and build them up accordingly. I probably can't go into a whole lot more detail because I don't have access to the preview build, if you like, or I can show you off all the airports, but they're not bad, and I would class them, they're like, put it this way, they're going to be better than your default X-Plane ones. Some of the third-party ones in X-Plane, the custom airports for Ireland, are actually pretty good, but again, you're limited to some of the buildings and they look okay, but you put Microsoft Flight Sim's lighting model into it, they just look insanely better. Daza is here. Good evening, Daza. Many thanks for joining us. Evening all. Yes, I saw the video from Squirrel. Very interesting. Absolutely. It looks incredible. Jared says, I hope Burr Airfield is better than it is in X-Plane. So in X-Plane, Burr, it does not get treatment whatsoever. It's just, it just doesn't. Like, they got the hangar in it, which is kind of alright, but then they have like this big massive fuel depot beside it. It doesn't have any of the clubhouse, and the elevation is completely wrong. There's nowhere near enough trees in the area. It doesn't have the hills. It has some OSM data, so if you're familiar with Burr, when you fly in over Sinkfield, I think it is, one of the industrial estates or business parks. And again, you kind of need your ortho just to figure out where you are, particularly if you're coming in over the bog, or if you're coming in over the Slieve Blooms, or there's a wind farm, I want to say west of the field. There's 5 or 6 different windmills. So there was an add-on done in X-Plane for a good while, and I think there were 16 Irish airfields, and you know, they're not too bad. I think it was done back in X-Plane 10 days, but they are much better than the default, 100%. As I said, just taking the TBM 900 from Dundee over to Dublin and then have a bit of a free fly. That sounds great, does it? If you join us on Discord, feel free to share your pictures of your flight. As I said, I was flying in this. I flew this last night just to see where it's all at, and I did a nighttime approach into Dublin. And like that's the gas thing. X-Plane still gives you the whoa moments. You know, it just gets everything right. So I was well impressed with that. So our next waypoint here is Olapo. And we're a couple of minutes away from that. 43 nautical miles to be precise. So we're at our cruise here. Speed is looking good. We're fighting the winds though, because a nice crab. That's a serious crab. We're flying sideways, but it's quite okay. Andrew Noble is here. Good evening to you. Many thanks for joining us tonight. Happy Friday, guys. We've made it to the weekend, which means there is but just one more week of normalness, and then a weekend, and then it's getting close. It was actually very funny today. I got a mention on the internets. Hang on, I bring up Discord here. By the way, the camera might be laggy if I'm talking. I'm using a DSLR instead of my webcam, or I'm using my DSLR as a webcam. So let me know how it all looks and sound, guys. I know we weren't doing too good earlier on. Glyn thought we were a little bit echoey, but hopefully we're okay. So the SR-22, right? Stefan, he was he was giving people a bit of grief over his cow milkshake that was in the plane, which is when you load up the SR-22, you've this teddy bear cow sitting in the corner, and he actually used a clip from my video, and I started off really nice. I was like, look, nice little moo cow, and he was impressed, and then I said, get him out of there or disappear him. Seemingly it's a she, and she is known as Milkshake. So I found that to be very funny earlier on. So my many thanks to Nathan for pointing that out to me. But do have a look at Stefan's channel. He has an awful lot of experience in an SR-22. He flies them all around Australia land. So the SR-22 did get an update during the week, so we might jump into that at some stage. Maybe not tonight, but we'll definitely have a look at it. Jer says, I have the Reverb G2 ordered. Can't wait to see the VR side of the new sim. Jer, can I come over to your house and play? Because that Reverb is supposed to be fantastic. When is the release date for them? I think, is it like August or September? Or maybe later on? VR Flight Sim guy, or the VR Flight Sim channel, the dude from England, has a number of videos up on X-Plane on YouTube, and he uses the Reverb. I think it was the first generation of it, and I have to say it looks very, very good. And I think what's even better, Microsoft have teamed up with HP, in particular with the release of the Reverb G2. So I would be expecting that headset to be highly, highly optimized to work in Microsoft Flight Sim. My biggest bugbear was with, I used to have the HTC Vive, and the biggest bugbear I had, you literally had to be in kind of this close, and you'd kind of make out the numbers, and it was super annoying. So it'll be interesting to see how they can do it. But in terms of the world, and like that's kind of, I think that's what we're figuring out about the new Microsoft Flight Sim. The systems modeling and the avionics of the aircraft might be limited, but I think the experience is still going to be amazing, because with whatever systems they're missing, particularly in the GA aircraft, like I don't think you're really going to miss any of the, you know, finer details in the GA stuff. And they've built such an incredible world for the first month or even 2 months. I think everyone's going to be so busy flying in VFR conditions just to see the world. They just want to fly around and just see everything. So I think the IFR capabilities might be a little bit limited. Certainly at the moment, as there are a number of issues in the beta. We've seen that from Squirrel. And then in particular with the airliners, they're limited in what they can do. There was, you know, they couldn't hold their VNAV. But I think long term, it's going to be fine. Like it's going to be absolutely fine. And if they come out with a really highly optimized VR experience, in particular with the HP Reverb, it's going to be amazing. Jerry says September, I think. Nice. Well, Jerry, you will have to keep us up to date on how that experience goes. Or I'm sure if you just like listen outside on the evening you get it, you'll hear a distant whoa. Yeah, so I think it all depends on what you're looking for in a flight sim, you know. With Microsoft Flight Sim, it's appealing to, well, I think it appeals to everyone, new people, old people, the amateurs, the messers. There's something in it for everyone. And I think over time, it's as a base level or entry level platform, that's what they're giving you. It's going to be nuts. You can see it over the last couple of days. All the third-party devs, they're showing you the previews of a lot of the airports that are coming out, and they just look stunning. And even if they didn't look stunning, it's the lighting model that they use makes them look even better. Let's do a quick update on our weather here. So we have broken cloud conditions at 4,500. That's what we're looking at beneath us. The wind has moved over to 310 degrees at 3 knots. Temperature 18 degrees. So not doing too bad. It says hopefully someday we'll have GA traffic in smaller airfields. Yeah, like I think if you fly on, so you want to look at the flying modes, i.e. the multiplayer modes, yeah? So if you look at live players, that's going to have traffic in your area regardless. And I know you can hop onto different servers, there's a European one, there's an American one, and so on and so on. But if you have a number of people flying in and out of the same airports, doesn't matter what they're flying, you're going to see the traffic, you're going to see the modelled aircraft. And that's another huge step forward, because when you fly online, be it on VATSIM or over on Pilot Edge, the models that you can use, well, they're kind of limited. You know, you often see the TBM showing up as a Texan, or you know, you could have, what was the last one I saw that I thought was pretty funny? I don't know, you'd have like a Cessna Citation, or you know, like a Learjet showing up as a little pipe per hour or something. So the actual modeling of the multiplayer aircraft or your general traffic in the sim, they're the actual aircraft. Now whether or not you're going to get the correct liveries, that's a totally different ball game. And where are we going to be with liveries? I still think we need a lot more information on that. Andrew says, X-Plane ATC dropped me into a mountain. Yeah, I can kind of do that. Like, even now if I want to go into the, like, look, arrival. So our manufacturer, okay, let's see, can I find the Saab? And it's the 340, and the arrival is going to be EIDW. Pilot, request clearance or request altimeter. Okay, I didn't even hear that. Volume. Well, we're on full tilt. Let's double check my sounds. Radios, they're there. Yeah, it's now again I'm using the beta, so you know it mightn't be great anyway, but I just don't rate the X-Plane ATC. The offline mode anyway, and you could argue, yeah, you know, you should be online and whatever else, and that's fine, but you still have a large audience of people who don't like flying online using the real world ATC or procedures. Certainly maybe not yet. You've people who just don't like it at all, and then you've other people who would rather start off and learn step by step by step, even the basics, until they're really comfortable with a flight. So apart from the clouds just like horribly appearing like that, they don't look terribly bad. So I use FS Global Real Weather for reading the weather, and I don't know how accurate this is because, let's see here now. Refresh the weather, let's see what happens. It just doesn't seem right. Now another way to do this is actually look at this little map here, because we have cloudage. Yeah. Yeah, it's about right. Okay, so for our approach speed, we're going to be descending down to 5,000 feet. Go ahead and set that there now, leave it sit. We'll be changing our altitude in a couple of minutes. Everything else appears to be just fine. Claire says, the weather is clear over the Midlands right now. Well, you see, if you look at the map here, there are areas where there are clouds. You know, and if you go on to Met Éireann, you'll kind of see the same thing. However, the sim isn't doing a great job. That I can see. Like, it looks like more overcast conditions than kind of broken. But don't worry, any gripe we have at our weather engines will be short-lived. So fellas, what is going to be the first aircraft in the new sim you're going to want to fly first? Are you going to go for the entry level? Are you going to go for a tail dragger? Something maybe sporty? Are you going for an airliner? What's the first thing you're going to do when you get into the sim? What's that for friction, is it? Uh-huh. Yeah, the props are doing a good enough job on their own. Trigger says, honestly, probably just a Cessna 172 and take off from Burr and have a look around. Yep. Jer says, love a Cessna, love to see how Ireland looks first. Yep. I approve. We definitely want to see how Ireland is going to look in this sim. Alrighty, so we're going to go to vertical speed mode. And we're going to go for a descent here of 800 feet per minute. Bring our power back, not to make us go really, really fast. So we continue on with some scenic shots outside of the aircraft as we start our descent. Okay, we'll probably have a couple of frames to fight against here just as we come into Dublin. So, go ahead and bring up our trusty GTN here. Altitude is okay so far. We might increase our rate of descent here. 1200 will do. Just watch our speed here doesn't skyrocket out of control. As we're coming to 10,000 feet. Go ahead, put our landing lights on here again. with the Premium Deluxe edition, you get the Cessna 172 with the steam gauges. That's probably the first one I'm going to jump into. And I'm thinking I'm going to start it all off in Donegal and work our way around as many airports and airfields in Ireland as I possibly can, doing a full loop of the island of Ireland. That is the plan. Then I want to tip out to the Isle of Man. Then we're going to tip over to England. I want to cover most of Europe, definitely around Rome. Spain is going to get some love and attention. Swing over to the US. Start off up around Beverly. Head down to, I think it's Block Island. Cut across over to New York. And basically take in as much of the sights we can. Super excited that we're going to be getting choppers in the new sim as well. That's going to be absolutely fantastic. I don't know when we're going to get them, but we're going to get them. And when you have a Sobo saying, you know, we can't just put choppers in there because if you're going to do choppers, you got to do them right, that's fantastic to hear. Because in X-Plane, some of the helicopters are so difficult to fly. Now I know all the heli simmers out there are going to say it's only a matter of getting used to them, and controls are an absolute must for them. In particular, you want a decent joystick and you definitely want decent pedals. Saw the fiascos a couple of weeks ago trying to land on an oil rig. Oh well. So 7,000 feet. We have Dublin out the window here. So our first leg is not too bad. Flight level 8,000 for Carev, but yeah. ATC could give out to us, but we won't worry. 1,000 feet to go as we're coming down through the cloud layer. In actual fact, it'll be no harm getting under the clouds, just to keep an eye on the Dublin. We'll go down to 4,000. Speed is good. Rate of descent is quite good. Chewie started a very good video series as well, where he's going around looking for the ancient wonders of the world, or the 7 wonders of the world. That is definitely something I'm going to do, and not just because Chewie did it and it looks fun, but Chewie did it and it looks fun. He started off with the pyramids, so obviously the pyramids I want to take in, and it's not just the wonders of the world, but any major kind of site of architecture or like brilliance. You know, anywhere from the Grand Canyon. We're going to have a look at the Coral Reef to see, have they done anything over that side of the world? Sydney Opera House looks absolutely fantastic. I don't think I've seen... Maybe there was a clip of the Taj Mahal. Got the Tower of Pisa. So we shall wait and see how it all turns out. Yeah, so this part of the approach looks a little bit holy moly, but we'll hold on to it. It'll be grand. Frame wise, we're getting about, yeah, we're getting close to 50. It's not too bad. We'll hold our speed in and around the 140 knots. I have my flight plan down here beside me. Our approach is going to be into runway 28 here in Dublin. Then our next leg is going to take us over to Exeter. I don't know if anyone heard is the Reality XP or the GTN going to make its way over to Microsoft Flight Sim. That'll be interesting. I love this avionics gadget. The only thing I don't love, obviously, is the lack of charts. And it's the same with ForeFlight. ForeFlight is absolutely amazing, but unless you have a need for applying it to the real world, it's just kind of overkill and expensive. Like, if you're using it in the real world, you'd easily justify the cost of it. But for a flight sim, I think it's a little bit high. So again, hats off to Carenado for the modelling and texture work inside here. It looks super duper. Now, how accurate it is to an actual Saab, I don't know. I saw a review from Q8 and like him, I can't find another example of this panel layout. It's believable, but it's just not, you know. But it is quite nice in here. Modelling work is really, really good. There's decent performance in this as well. One of the all-time greatest Carenado cockpits is the B1900. Absolutely amazing work. Miguel is here. Good evening to you, Miguel. Hey Murphy, how's things? Saab looks great. Yeah, the Saab is cool. Carenado did a great job on this one. And unfortunately, we don't get to hear that kind of a sentence very often these days. But credit where credit is due. This is definitely one of the finest. Anyway, Houston is here. Good evening to you. Many thanks for joining us. Houston asks, does it fly like everything else made by Carenado? It kind of does and it kind of doesn't. In fairness to Carenado on this one, it's a feature-rich aircraft for them. They've modelled a lot of systems. Exhibit A. So you have all the anti-ice and the heating systems. You have the bleeds and the air control, which are air conditioning, your recirculation fans rather. The starter logic is accurate-ish. It's not bad. The electrical system is fairly okay. The fuses don't work, which, you know, in terms of its handling and performance, it's not very far off the LES version. And again, it's probably well, I don't want to say it's probably the case. Like, they had numbers to work off. They didn't just bring a new aircraft, as in a brand new aircraft, into a sim. There was plenty of data available and comparison that they could have worked off with the Take Command Saab. But it is really, really good, and it looks phenomenal. But I think it flies okay. So the star we are flying in is the Alapo 1L. Houston says, I've got the LAS Saab as well. Don't ever use it though. Yeah, like, you know, it's personal preference. The LAS Saab is like, the two Saabs together are really, really good. The LAS Saab has better features. It simulates the systems and I think the flight characteristics better. It's a dated plane though, you know, it's in a bit of need of a complete overhaul. Stephen Lowe is here. Good evening, sir. Good evening, Stephen. Good evening, Stephen. That rhymes, lads. Write that one down. I hope you're keeping well. Many thanks for joining us here tonight. We took off from Donegal, which is becoming a fairly regular appearance in our streaming program. We're going to fly down to Dublin. This is our first stop for this evening. Then we're going to go from Dublin and we're going to ramble over to Exeter. Echo Golf Tango Echo. And then once we get to Exeter, we're going to ramble back over to Waterford. And the Carenado Saab 340 in our fancy new Shamrock colours, the new Aer Lingus livery. This livery is available on the xplane.org forums. It's quite nice. So double check all our stuff are where they need to be. Lights are all on. Get our fasten the seatbelt sign on. Everything up here looks okay. As we continue on our approach here, we are below our assigned altitude for this star, but it'll be grand, lads. Remember guys, if you're new to the channel or you're new to the stream, if you like what you see, I would very much appreciate a thumbs up. It kind of directs me in the direction of what videos to produce. And if you are new here and you like what you see, feel free to subscribe to the channel for more. I'm hoping to do a lot more. I'm hoping to do Microsoft Flight Sim videos on Tuesday the 18th, which is 11 days away. Yes, you heard it right. It's only 11 days. So until then, we will be flying in our X-plane. We'll try to bring as much news and information and developments of the new sim when we have them. The Reaction Review has a new video out today. El Gripper Sim. He's been covering most of the news. He's been pretty much the source of nearly all my news for the sim. And I'm looking forward to when the sim releases. Gripper Sim is a flight instructor in real life, so he's planning on doing a whole load of tutorial videos for us. I'm looking forward to that. Stephen Lowe says, the Carenado Saab 340 is one of my most loved aircraft. I love flying from Aberdeen to Sunborough in it. I've done that flight from Aberdeen up to Sunborough. It's absolutely amazing. The approach is cool, and yes, the Saab, I do like this plane. It is a good one. Dazza says, I have Tuesday 18th off. You took it off work, so you're all ready. I've done the same. Not only did I take Tuesday off, I took the week off. I'm actually, next Friday, okay, so today is Friday, so I won't be streaming next Friday. I'm actually going on a little trip with my wife and my son, and we're heading up to Donegal. And there's a good chance we're going to ramble up Mount Errigal. just to report back to Senan that everything looks as it should do in the sim. And I will be, I have a visit planned for Donegal Airport as well, also Sligo Airport. I'll be having a walk around and a gawk just to see how everything should be. And then, as I said, one of my first flights in Microsoft Flight Sim is going to be from Donegal down to Sligo. So you'll hear it kind of from the horse's mouth if it's accurate or not. Stephen Lowe says a Saab 2000 would be awesome. Now, Stephen, you're putting me on the spot here. Is the Saab 2000 like a jet? Oh no, it's not. The Saab 2000, oh, it's a high-speed turboprop. It's just much bigger. It first flew in 1992. So I think the Saab 2000 would be a rival, or was rivaled if you like, by the Q400, I would think, the Dash 8. They appear to have similar seats and performance. These are all okay. Quick look in here. Top of the descent should be in here. Yeah, it's a big turboprop. Saab 2000. One thing is going to be interesting, right? Because we're all X-Plane heads. I don't know how many of you guys use P3D, but I think the majority of us are X-Plane. And the level of aircraft in X-Plane, it's good, you know, but the sheer amount of add-on aircraft still on the P3D, you know, FSX platform is massive, huge. There are so many different type of aircraft at all, you know, different, relatively different price points and, you know, systems modeling and whatever else. Like Milviz put up a post there today, I think it was on Twitter, and they're developing for Microsoft Flight Sim. A little bit of a sour taste in the mouth with Milviz over in the world of X-Plane, but I do think, apart from the ATR kind of eyebrows raising situation, I do like the Cessna that they released. Was it a Cessna? Didn't they do a 310? And then they worked with who was that? The DHC-3, I think. And I think V-Flight Air took over that project. I have that plane. It's really, really good. Miguel says, Sligo is a deadly airport. You might see quite a few planes from my school going in if you're walking around the beach. Hopefully so. I hope the weather is somewhat decent. Otherwise, I'll see nothing. But I've been in Sligo a couple of times before. I've yet to physically land there. But it is absolutely beautiful. And the airport is super cool because you can literally walk around the ramp. And you can walk out.
Vertical track.
Thanks. Get you down here now to our 3,000 feet. As we will be going for our approach fairly shortly. So we're to be at 3,000 feet at Lapmo. We've started our descent now, keeping an eye on our speed as we continue our descent here as we're approaching Dublin's runway 28. But yeah, so it's like you can walk around the entire airfield, and you're only about, I don't know, would you be 200 feet from the runway on either side? And if you get nice weather, it's a really, really scenic place to walk around. You're right at the beach. You have beautiful mountain ranges all around the shop. I highly recommend it. There's one airstrip or airfield I haven't seen yet over on the Microsoft Flight Sim. And I'll tell you Tuesday week what it is, but I don't believe it's there at all. I could be wrong, but I haven't seen it. But you know, at the same time, there's so many other little airstrips and airfields that are not in X-Plane that are in Microsoft Flight Sim. So he taketh away, and then he giveth it back. Jack Carter says, X-Plane has done a good job up to now, have enjoyed it a lot. Absolutely, absolutely. X-Plane is, at the moment in time, X-Plane is still my favourite sim. I think it's the most capable. I think it is, at the moment, it is the best simulator. And let's call it that. It is a hardcore simulator. And that's not going to change anytime soon. What Microsoft Flight Sim are doing, they've built the most incredible looking world, and with the lighting and everything else, absolutely amazing what they've done. So as we go to our GoPro camera here, we can see the poppy lights below of runway 28. 3 reds and 1 white. We'll continue our approach so we have 2 and 2. Then we'll disconnect our autopilot, take it in for a landing. We'll taxi up to Terminal 1, I think, and drop these guys off in the back and take on another bunch of guys in the back and continue on. Miguel says, it's quite an underrated place. I agree. I didn't know you could walk around the airport though. That's interesting. Yeah. So, if you're familiar with the airport, you have the car park as you drive down. It's like a business parking on the right hand side. And when you drive down, you have to go through the barrier and into the car park. Well, maybe 100 meters just before you get to the car park of the airport, you can just park anywhere in there on the left hand side. And there's a perimeter road that you can walk down, and then it kind of turns to grass, but it's track, you know. And like, you're literally holding the railing of the airfield. That's how close you are to it. As we disconnect our autopilot, bring our speed down. We're a little bit high. So we'll start our descent here now. Want to be wary of our flap speeds and our yaw dampener. So we're going to increase our prop here. That should help with our speed. We're 1100 feet on the descent. There is a little bit of wind to contend with. Nothing that should knock us too far off course. Like, even this, I mean, this still looks impressive. I can imagine now what the other thing is going to look like, but this is still quite good. Ex-Europe doing a decent job populating Dublin. It's giving you the right types of buildings in the right places. We look down there over Dublin Port, Ringsend. You have your various business parks anywhere from, where are we? Baldoyle, I suppose. And then as you ramble back further down and towards Swords, up around here, Santry, Coolock. Yeah, it looks good. Okay, so we can lower our landing gear here now just to add some drag.
Terrain.
They're doing a nice job. I don't know why you're freaking out over the terrain there, boss. We shall continue on. So we're on the glide path here now, or a glide slope. Want to be mindful of our speed here at 140 knots. Gonna go with 1 notch of flaps. Aircraft is a little bit bouncy. I've landed this once. I'm not going to tell you how it went, but I landed it once. Little bit low. We have a tiny bit of wind to fight against. We go, get ourselves back on the glide slope here. So far, so good. We're aiming for the center line.
Too low, flaps. Too low, flaps.
We're grand.
Too low, flaps. 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 Too low, flaps.
What will happen?
Too low, flaps. Too low, flaps. Too low, flaps. Too low, flaps.
Power to idle.
Too
Just
low,
bleed
flaps.
off the speed.
Too low, flaps.
There's contact on the left and right, and on the front. He didn't like our approach flaps there. So we're decel now from our reversers. There's 50 knots, 40 knots, small bit of manual braking. You can exit the runway. We're on Echo 5. And welcome to Dublin Airport. It's a little bit of a beast to kind of keep it level on the ground. Ah, that's what it was. I never did that, look. Yes. The rookie amateuristic pilot in me forgot to follow the procedures. Nothing new there. We're good at following checklists. Miguel says, I'll be flying over the city tomorrow, coincidentally, towards the Chimneys and Bray area. Oh, the Chimneys and Bray, nice one. Miguel, I think the weather is to be spot on tomorrow. You're in for a treat. Many thanks, lads. It was a recovered landing, rather than bursting it all in. So we continue our taxi here in Aerosoft's rendition of Dublin Airport version 2. I imagine we're going to be getting some sort of treatment like this over on the new sim, because I do think Aerosoft's version of Dublin is spectacular. I'm not too gone on the weather. It was like that this morning. As in, you know, it was quite overcast, but this evening we had a lot of clear skies around Dublin. We continue our taxi in. A low frame rate in Dublin has always been a thing with my flight sim experience from FS 2004, FSX, X-Plane 10 and X-Plane 11. Dublin is just a tanker when it comes to frames. Crossing the runway here. So the noises you're hearing, I have a beta range on the aircraft. You can see with my throttles. So I just have that keyed to an input on the joystick. It just means I can flick it back into beta range. We could lower the prop as well, but we're okay for a minute. You'll notice there's no traffic here. It's probably not that different than the real thing. There's nothing happening up at Dublin Airport. It's fairly quiet up there. So we'll go for 204. Not to blind the peeps on the ground, we'll turn off our taxi lights. Okay, so park and brake on. Go ahead, bring our props back down. The engines tick away here now. So quick checking our lights. Strobes can come off. Leave our navs and beacons on. We will probably be going on to our GPU very shortly. Ignition switches to off. There's no avionics we need to look after here now. So our plan is connect the GPU on the ground. Engine 2 coming offline. Engine 1 coming offline. Now we're going to flick onto our external power. Let them do what they need to do. We have a busy ramp here in Dublin. So we can go ahead and open our passenger door. And our passenger ladder. So we're back on ground power here now. Let the aircraft cool itself down. As we sit here in the... Let's get a camera angle looking at the airport. Yes. We'll sit here on the ground at Dublin Airport as the guys can work on our aircraft. We'll change our passengers around. We'll change our cargo. And our next leg is going to take us from Dublin over to Exeter. That could be a flight. And we'll notice it's getting dark, so we're looking for a dusky approach. So we're going to take a quick pit stop to refill the shameless mug that my wife got. Check out the mug, lads. I know, right? Yeah, merch. Who said merch? Okay, that's a distraction. Let's go over here and play this. Okay, guys. Back to you in a sec. Oh yeah, and a shameless plug. And we're back. So back into our little Saab 340 here. So while it was gone, Miguel says, Dublin looks amazing. It really does. It's fantastic in the sim. Stephen Lowe says, 2 years flying in these up to Sunborough. Fantastic aircraft with Logan Air. Fantastic bird. I'd say now, to fly into Sunborough in a Saab would be amazing. And Stephen said, who needs the telly when you guys... Sorry, let's try that again in English. Who needs the telly when guys like you stream this? Can't thank you enough. Huge respect. Well, many thanks, Stephen. Who needs the telly indeed? There's nothing but bad news on the thing. So we can kind of escape from it all. So. Let me see here now. Flight plan. And we need to delete the flight plan. And we're going to add a waypoint. Now, the flight plan I have used for Exeter will take probably 27 hours to get there. So, we're not going to do that. So, if we fly straight to... We're going to go direct to... Okay, we're going to go... Hang on. Can I get a departure out of Dublin? We can. So, we're looking for the Lapmo... I'm down here now. Liffey... The Liffey 5 Alpha, there you be. Load departure, runway 28. Very good. Back into our flight plan, and we're going to come down to here. So we're going to go from Liffey direct to Malud. From Malud, we're going to go all the way down to Dobem. And from Dublin, we can go to Exmoor. EXMOR. Duplicates. United Kingdom, please. Then we're going to go to Tiver. And that's direct down to Echo Golf Tango Echo. Enter that. Back that. Procedure. It's an arrival, I'd say. Oh, it's direct into runway 26. So we'll be looking for visual 26. Load that approach, load, back. Check our flight plan now. So we have, looks good, approach visual, looks good. Okay, back into our map. We're going to go runway 28 departure, the Liffey 5 Alpha, cross the pond. Turning right at Malud, heading south over the Cardiff neck of the woods. That's Cardiff around here. Yeah, that looks kind of cool to me. Alrighty. That's our flight plan, gents. That's what we're going to do. Okay, so we left you in this position with our plane on the ramp. It does look good. The lighting is kind of... Yeah. And shadows and stuff. Okay, so we can go ahead and get our ladder in, close the old back door, and get the passenger door closed. So you're all welcome on board this Aer Lingus flight. We will be known as Shamrock. Random number 4144. Okay, so quick check down through all of these systems. We're on a GPU, so I don't think we'll have any issues starting the aircraft. So gens, we can reset these once we get the engine started. So we could request a push. Diddle 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 do. How do you do pushback again?
Okay, push cart on the way.
Okay, it's alive. I need to reinstall better pushback, but look at this guy. He's doing a job. He just wanted to show off that he could drive around in a full circle. Please don't crash into us. How accurate is that?
Here we go.
Release parking brake. Wait, now we have a GPU. How's this going to work?
Hey, I need your brakes off.
Okay, chill out, dude. We're going to start the engines and then we're going to go. That sound like a plan? Because it does to me. So we're going to go with the left engine
hey, I
first.
need your brakes off.
Yeah, I know. Left engine. So we have temperature coming
Hey,
down.
I need your brakes off.
Yeah, I know, dude. Prop temperature's coming down. Our torque is rising. Engine is rising. RPM is starting to come up here as well.
Hey, I need your brakes off.
We've inserted a shot of fuel. So we should get a good start here now
Hey,
momentarily.
I need your brakes off.
Do you know what we haven't done here?
Hey, I need your brakes off.
Ignition's on. Turn off our fans. We don't need them. Batteries are on.
Hey, I need your brakes off.
No, dude. We should be okay starting with that. And...
Hey, I need your brakes off.
shh, it'll be fine.
Hey, I need your brakes off.
I know, buddy. Okay, see, will this work?
Hey, I need your brakes off.
So there's fuel going in. A small bit of power.
Hey, I need your brakes off.
Dude, you're going to be left on your own. What are we forgetting to
Hey,
do?
I need your brakes off.
Okay, kill these systems just in case they're drawing, even though we're on ground power. That's weird.
Hey, I need your brakes off.
Wing lights can come on here as well. Close the bleeds.
Hey,
Condition,
I need your brakes off.
condition levers are too far forward.
Hey, I need your brakes off.
We should be on start though. Okay,
Hey, I need your brakes off.
let's just go for the other side and see what happens.
Hey, I need your brakes off.
This is looking better.
Hey, I need your brakes off.
Yeah, I know. Low oil pressure. Seemingly he needed our brakes off. So we're in the start position. Just doesn't want to start. That would have helped Murphy. You big dope. Okay, so just let the starter just do its thing. Many thanks for that pushback. And he's gone rallying off again. Yeah, I think I was totally wrong with the ignition switches. So they're now on continuous normal. Left hand side. Let's see if this works. Do 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 do. We have life. A little bit on the temperamental side, but I imagine that was me. Go ahead, get our taxi light on. There we go. There be life. So we're going to head on the right. RPM is rising. Temperature is shooting up. And we have a start on the right engine. So I'll tell you a little secret. On my joystick I have mixture set to an axis, a little roller, you know, the friction thing. Anyway, and that's why it wouldn't work, because even though the mixture is kind of all to do with the condition lever, it wasn't set. So close these guys here. That's better. Reset the gens. There we go. There we go. Power off. Activate our bleeds. These guys can now come back online. Reset the bleeds. You're all looking grand. Cabin, that's all grand. External power, get rid of you. Okay. That wasn't much of a chore now, was it? Parking brake coming off. Add in a shot of power here. We'll get some diddly idle for our Irish departure. Yeah, we can fly planes. It's great detail here, isn't it? We're going to taxi out towards runway 28. Watch your speed there, Betsy. It's an amazing plane if you know how to fly it. And Al Murphy here isn't doing a phenomenal job. We're not doing it any justice. But it'll be grand. So we'll continue on to Link Yankee off Link 2. So down this neck of the woods, this is where the cargo terminal is over in Dublin Airport. You often see the odd UPS or FedEx aircraft or even a DHL parked in here. We approach runway 28. Go ahead, get our strobes and landing lights on. Jared says Dune better than I would. I don't know, man. I don't know. So as the daytime turns to dusk here, coming out of Dublin Airport, go ahead and drop one notch of flaps. Get ourselves positioned here on runway 28, and we're going to blast off out of Dublin. Business Park down here on the left hand side, also known as Horizon Business Park. The likes of Expeditors, I think FedEx have a place in there. I could be wrong, but I think that's where they are. So, sitting happily here on runway 28, we'll go for a rolling start. Flaps okay, lights are on. It's only a matter of setting our power here and we're good to bug on out. Okay guys, you ready? I'm ready. You ready? Okay. Straight out departure and then out to the right hand side. Power coming in. We'll watch our torque here. We have a bit of wind to contend with. Plenty of rudder here. Power is set, airspeed is very much alive. We're approaching 100 knots. We're starting to get very light now. There's 110. Rotate. There's a positive rate of climb. Gear coming up. Tap the brakes just as the wheels come back into us. Doing our best to keep it on the centre line. We have a bit of wind to contend with, but we're okay so far. Bring up our trusty GTN here. as we continue to fly from runway 28. We're taking the Liffey 5 Alpha departure. Stephen, to the rookie that is I, can you explain the CTOT? Okay, flaps are now coming back in, yaw dampener turned on, and we continue our climb here. Autopilot engaged, we're on nav mode. Get ourselves back on that magenta line. We don't want to go that high, guys. 1500 is going to be good as we adjust some of that speed there. That looks good for me. Upcoming flight plan leg not supported. Yeah, we'll worry about that after. So our CTOT is continuous torque on takeoff. Now you'd think I'd figure that out. So imagine we leave it to on when we're taking off, and then approach, it goes to approach, and then we can obviously adjust our torque. So if we were to lower that, that would lower our torque. So if we were to jump in now and look at torque, I was doing that manually, it's sat at 90. So if I were to reduce that, let's say hypothetically down to 80, it has an immediate effect. And you can see the torque dropping. There we are, lads. We've learned something new tonight, and it's all thanks to Stephen Lowe. Fair play to you, Stephen. Now, altitude 1,000 away from 6,000. We're going to bring this one back up. And we'll go 12,000 again. It's just kind of a nice altitude to have. As we're coming into the clouds, we can... we're okay. Usually I ditch the old strobes, but I think we're okay. Go for a flight pass now. Nice. Speed is good, we're climbing well. Bring some of our prop back just a little bit. Not too much though, 200 knots indicated. It governs the RPM, switch it off after takeoff, then set the RPM via the condition levers. Aha! So, that's now off. We'll set our torque, leave it there, and then our condition levelers are bringing down the RPM. Gotcha. Stephen has been awarded the first officer for this evening. I'd have made a mess without you. Ah, the Friday night drink. So we're following the Liffey 5 Alpha departure. As we're then going to go direct to Liffey, then Mallard, and we'll be turning to the south, and we're heading for Exeter. Now, while I have you, Exeter. Who has made this Exeter airport? EGTE. I think it's a UK 2001. I could be wrong. It is UK 2000. And it's awesome. The UK 2000 scenery for Exeter, lads. Amazing. Absolutely brilliant. There's a something happening. Mark Dixon, many thanks for the subscription. You're very welcome to the channel. I hope you're enjoying the stream. Jack Carter wants to know, what's the ETA? So it's giving us an ETA of an hour. It'll actually be just under an hour. I'd say we'll probably do this in 50 minutes there or thereabouts. Because we're going to absolutely throttle this thing once we get up to our cruise altitude here. And we have a fairly steep rate of ascent here. Go ahead, turn off our landing lights. We're above the clouds at this stage. So far, so good. If you're watching on YouTube, you can leave little likes and subscribes, and you can belt away with the comments area. If you're watching this back and it's not during the live stream, if you're in the live stream, by all means do the same. The chat is there. Don't be shy. You can ask questions or just general pointers and state the blatantly obvious. If you're on Twitch, you can do the same. If you're new to Twitch, you can hit the follow button. And if you're in the live chat, you can drop me a message. So I'm streaming on both platforms. I use this program called Restream.io. And do you ever get an itch in between your shoulder blades? Anyway, it allows me to stream on both platforms because I think I've said it before, but I love YouTube and I make my videos there, and I'm super happy with the community, and we're growing, which is great. But I also love Twitch because it's very kind of chilled out. Our first officer is talking to us, and he states, zoom up here, optimum temperature in cruise is 820, so that's a green light to increase our torque here. We have our RPM and prop RPMs here. We're going to add in a bit of torque and get that temperature up to about 820. Something like that. And by doing so, we should be able to achieve about 220 to 230 knots indicated. And if we go to our GTN, we're doing about 280 over the ground. And we're tanking it. Which is exactly what we want to be doing. So we're over the clouds, we're going to jump outside. We can disappear my mush here as we enjoy this beautiful looking aircraft. So our altitude is playing up because of our speed, which I've just noticed. Ian Smith, sorry, I have to leave now. Thanks, Ian. Many thanks for stopping by. Enjoy the rest of your Friday night as we bring our speed back here. So we've just passed through our Liffey waypoint as we continue on. Stephen O says, I've logged many hours in this beastie. I can understand why. This is a very pleasant airplane to fly in. And it's not the most complex or confusing. Says your man who didn't know what CTOT is, but it's cool. Stephen says, I'm ordering an Oculus S soon. X-Plane would be awesome using VR. Speaking of VR, we was chatting earlier. And we were talking about the HP, I think it's the Reverb, is it? Was it Jer? It was. Jer Carter is getting the Reverb 2. Actually, price-wise check here, gents. So, if I want to go off and buy the Oculus, is that the Rift S? I think it is. It's like, they were out of stock for a while. Okay, so you're probably talking, 450 to 500 euro. If we look at the Reverb G2, I think these things are going to be, hang on now, Reverb G2 price, ooh, 681 euro. That doesn't seem right, does it? Let's look at the UK price. Yeah, it is. So for an extra 150 euro, you can get the HP Reverb G2. 639, Jer said that's what he paid for it. Like, when I got the Oculus Vive, they were worth, God, I think they were like $800 when they first came out. They were like crazy prices. The HTC, not Oculus, the HTC Vive. That was a crazy price when it first came out. So 639. Now, Jer, I imagine you have an absolute monster of a machine to be able to run that. The Rift S, I came very close to getting the Rift S. And I said no, because I didn't think they were advanced enough to really work in the flight sim. The G2, however, the Reverb, I think that's a total different kettle of fish, because HP are actually working with Microsoft and Asobo to develop VR in Microsoft Flight Sim. So that's going to be interesting. We're about 50 minutes away from our destination being in Exeter. I was down that neck of the woods 3 years ago. We went to Bath and to Yeovil. And that neck of the woods in England is absolutely beautiful. We drove in, we got the ferry across out of, I think we went Rosslare over to Fishguard and drove down past Cardiff, all around Wales and that. And drove down, and it was absolutely amazing. Jer Carter says a 2080 Ti with an i9. Yes, your Ti is going to be laughing at your VR. That's more than capable of running it. I have a similar setup. I have the TI, the 2080 Ti, and an i9 as well. Well, Jer, I'm on the fence. If it's any good, may I have your permission for my wife to blame you? Or for me to blame you when my wife gives out to say, but sure, listen, Jer said it was going to be grand. And if that works, I'll probably end up picking up one as well. Which is going to be sweet. So our 200 knots here, we're cutting across the Irish Sea. Come back here, you devil. I think Valley is over here somewhere, isn't it? Valley, as in the RAF Valley. Dazza says, I have a 2080 Super with an i9. That in itself is a beast. So my last system, I had the GTX 1080, which is the which was very good. Like, it ran pretty much anything I wanted to at full whack. The processor I had was the i7 7700K, and that kind of peaked up at around 4. I think it was 4.6 was the most I got out of it. So yeah, so I think, like, Microsoft is saying, like, anything above is it a 970 or a 770? Like, they're like old cards. So they're saying anything, even so, let's say it's a 970. Anything above a 970 is a, you know, that's their minimum requirements. That's going to be sound. And then a processor, I think it's, you know, an i5. Jer says, we'll let you know as soon as I do. Some things are better not said. Agreed. So as we look at our Collins EHSI rather, GPS mode, ground speed 266, outside air temperature, ETA, TTG. Our next waypoint is Malud. Total airspeed 245. We have windage. How's the camera working out, guys? Is it better or worse than the other one, or do you even notice it? Such a job I had putting that thing in there tonight. As it says, I run my i9 at 4, but looking to push that to 4.5, but I'm on an AIO, not water cooling. Yeah, well, you don't necessarily need to have water cooling to be able to push your processor, you know? Like, some people would say it's ideal, but, you know, if you watch Linus Tech Reviews, he had an AIO, and that actually did a better job cooling on overclocking than a water cooler, you know? Like, I have the Corsair, I think it's the H100i. I don't know if it's a version 1 or version 2. It's whatever one is new. And it does quite a good job of keeping everything cool. The biggest bugbear I have is that my RTX 2080 Ti runs very hot. And it doesn't, like, the temperatures don't, like, it's never gone over, I think it's 86, I think. And like, that was under a full load. And I was still getting massive performance. Like, I was getting great frames. Like, it's currently, so my graphics card at the moment, it's currently at it's between 68 and 72%, and it's running at 73 degrees, and like the fans aren't even, you can't hear the fans, so it's quite good. My CPU is running at 40% utilization, and she's getting 5.18 there at the minute. So the i9, its base speed is 3.6. It will turbo up as high as 5. You won't see it going up to 5. You'll see it go to about 4.6, 4.7. But you can run it higher. Like, it's depending on your chip, of course. But my own experience is you'll only notice the difference in 0.5 gigahertz increments. So if you're running at 4 gigahertz, if you go to 4.2 or 4.4, you won't really notice much of a difference. You go to 4.5, now you'll see a little bit of a performance increase. And the difference between 4 and 5 is a lot. Like, on my system, if I throttled this back to 4 gigahertz, I'd probably lose 8 to 10 frames easily. And it just wouldn't run as sweet. But you just have to be super careful when it comes to overclocking your machine, like, because these are expensive toys. Jer says the Rift F is good, or the Rift S is good, but the resolution is still not as good as it should be. So any improvement in resolution will be good in flight sim. Agreed. Like, when it comes to virtual reality, the resolution, I've yet to see anything that I can say comfortably is, yeah, that's just spot on. But they're getting better. Like, they are constantly getting better, which is a great thing. As it says, my GPU is at 74% at 53 degrees, and the CPU is at 21% at 40% utilization, 21% at 40 degrees. Like, you have a lot of headroom there, you know. The GPU, not an awful lot if you're at 74%, but then again, depending on what version of X-Plane, and with Vulkan, it's designed to push your it's designed to make your graphics card work a lot harder, you know. With the beta, certainly with the alpha, but with the beta in Microsoft Flight Sim, I get anywhere from, 60 to 100% utilization on my graphics card. That thing pushes it. Now, I've yet to drop any frames, I've yet to have any issues. The temperature, as I said, I don't think it's ever gone above 84. I think it's 84 was the highest. And the CPU, again, not very high. I might get 70 to 80% utilization. And that's with the settings absolutely tanked. Like, they don't go any higher than that. So you start rolling them back, and I think Squirrel went into that as well on one of his videos. He ran everything in Ultra, and there's some areas, built up areas, it's doing an awful lot of drawing of scenery. There was a lot of weather. It was a complex aircraft. He would just have to bring his settings back down to, I think it's high end. And I think Crosscheck did a video, or someone did a video whereby they showed the difference between minimal settings or low, and then all the way up through medium, high, and ultra. And even in low, the sim looks amazing. The only thing I really noticed were like raindrops and how the water reacted on the lowest settings. But in terms of the lighting model, some of the cloud textures maybe, but the lighting model was still breathtakingly gorgeous. Daza says, think I'll have a look at 5 megahertz on the CPU over this weekend and see how it goes. I've got a Leon Li XL case running 10 fans. I imagine that's like... yeah. I imagine it's loud. 10 fans. That's amazing. 10 fans in your case. I've like 2. I have 2 fans. There's 3 built onto the water cooler on the radiator. There's 2 or 3 on the graphics card. And I still have a little bit of room to... and I have a fan over my head. And I might put more fans into it. Like, it has this tempered glass case. It's the Corsair Carbide 275 or 250 or something. It's a fine case. It's grand. It does the job. Stephen Lowe says, my biggest concern regarding VR is spilling beer all over my carpet. I've been there, and do you know what's worse, right? Okay, yeah, that's pretty bad, spilling beer, but like you can spill it on your controls. But what's worse, if you're in VR and you have your headset on, and you're totally immersed, entirely, completely in your simulation, right? And then some devil comes in behind you. They sneak in, they creep up on top of you, and they jump at you. All sorts of invention of new curse words are like entered into the dictionary that year because you... What the... It's disaster. As I said, it's not too bad actually, but I'm waiting for a plane to land on my house with all the RGB in the case. Talk about RGB, look at my lighting behind me, right? That's supposed to be blue and red, so clearly we have a colour tone thing going on. Jer Carter says, it's happened to me. Spilling beer or getting a fright? Or getting a fright and then spilling your beer. That's like the worst of them. Well, I have to say, lads, it's looking kind of pretty out here. We have some ortho tiles beneath us. Let's do a quick sit rep on our weather here. So wind blowing at 9 knots coming out from 240 degrees. Temperature 16 degrees, dew point 15 degrees. Visibility 18 kilometers. Sky conditions, few clouds at 100 feet. Doesn't really look like that. And our temperature, no, our barometric pressure 3009, or in UK money or European money 1019 hectopascals. Jer says both. That's the worst kind, Jer. Being on VR, getting a fright, and then spilling your beer. Yeah. If you haven't experienced VR yet on modern day PCs, and like it's totally worth the experience, you know. With Flight Sim, nothing. It does, if you're into your home cockpits and all your controls and panels and everything else, which is, you know, they're fantastic, but nothing gives you that sensation of flight better than VR, except actual flight. And the same with the likes of with racing games, you know, like Project Cars or Assetto Corsa. You're in the car, like it's freaky. Like you're just missing forces and the smells. That's it. I remember I drove when I had my HCC. I did a 12-hour Le Mans race. And like to this day the experience was chilling. A 12-hour Le Mans race. Now I had to, obviously you're going to have breaks in between. I think I had to shower twice because you're just so immersed, and when you're driving you're not getting the forces on your body, but the level of concentration and your reactions, your brain just says, okay, this is real, and off it goes. Like, it's absolutely amazing. It's sweet. So to get it when you're flying, that's going to be absolutely amazing. How does one even explain that? So Dazza says, I have an Oculus Rift S and have accidentally hit my kids on the head when they got too close. Yeah. I don't know, I just think if VR, if the Reverb G2 is going to be the cat's meow, I'll definitely get it, because it's just that little bit of resolution. And like, I think it's one of the HTCs. I don't know. Is it like, I don't know what the branding is for the HTC, but like maybe it's the Vive Pro or something. Jimmy Broadbent has one, and the resolution, yeah, it's a good deal better. But like that thing's like £1,000 or like $1,200. It's ridiculous, like the price. Jer says, had the Cessna cockpit for a few years, but when VR came, it's very hard to go back to screens. I agree. So I had all the Cytec stuff. I had the panel and the switches and the autopilot and the radios, and I had the the small little square panels, and you can set up all your avionics and that. And yeah, it got great mileage. It was fantastic. But as soon as I experienced VR in a flight sim, I was just like, I'm just not going to need any of this stuff, and like the cost of all them panels, like that was probably well over £1,000 as well. So and Tazza says, accidentally, Your Honor. But yeah, it's VR is it just get better resolution, and we're just going to have an amazing experience, especially at Microsoft Flight Sim. So the sun is slowly but surely starting to fall out of the sky onto the horizon line and bring dusk with it. We're 40 minutes out. We have a distance of just under 75 nautical miles as we are coming in over the north of Wales here. How's your navigation, Murph? Is this kind of Snowdonia neck of the woods, I think? Maybe. Maybe not. I think it is. So we're going to jump outside again and get some sort of a view. There's some kind of a view that we can look at. We'll get my mush out of the way. The lighting is most definitely questionable. So, fuel, let us jump over. We have used a total of 765 kilograms of fuel. If we jump into our weight and balance, we still got about 1700 left, or a good 3 hours. We started off on full tanks, so we've burned about a third. Beautiful mountains here in Wales, in the valleys. As it's starting to get a little bit darker. Because that's not awkward. Now that I have you lads, how do you turn on these lights? Because I know we have floodlights, and I figured out how to turn on my dome, which are these guys here, yeah? But how do you turn on these guys? Oh, we have a little charts light here as well, look. Oh, volume controls. Now you could say RTFM, and I would say, yes, I should. But I just haven't yet. Left glare shield. You know, we have floods here, right? Well, I don't see this guy. Ah, look. Ah, look. You just tap it. They're like them cheap IKEA lights. You just press them. Bit of mood lighting here. What you reckon? Yes. Okay, I think we're good with that. Let's jump back into the cabin and see what the crack is back here with all our lights. So one thing we have back here, we have this control gadget. Window lights, overhead lights, put on the lavvy light. Oh, they're really bright, look. Emergency lights on or arm? Ah, we'll leave them on. Service area, where we have the lavvy. Emergency exit. Now I think we can do one better though. If we kind of just jump into the back of the aeroplane and we'll pick a random seat. Let's go with this guy. You have individual lights and your seat back opens on every seat. They should move. But that's pretty cool. And that will call our attendant. So it's great to see everything back here is modelled completely. Except for the overhead bins. Uh-oh. We hit some sort of a click spot. Let's ramble out here, shall we? Yeah, it got very dark. Let's see. There is a click spot there, but we'll just ignore it. It would be cool to see people in the seats. It would, but the way some of the modelling is in X-Plane of people, they either look like someone who just got a fright whilst using VR and spilled a beer, or they're not very, very good. Cheese and pickle sandwich, please, says Stephen Lowe. Cheese and pickle sandwich will go down A1 right about now. The in-flight meals are lacking. But we shan't worry. But 30 minutes away from our destination. We're doing well. We've a longish kind of a stream tonight, but it's Friday. I have nothing else to do. And a warm can of Carlsberg and overpriced Pringles. Or, you know, a toasted slipper that's sold and advertised as a ham and cheese panini. But then again, the more warm cans of Carlsberg you drink, the nicer and more appealing that said panini gets. Yeah, we've all been there. Do. Upcoming flight plan leg. Let's have a look. What don't you like? Okay, so 12,000 is fine. Once we get down to Exmoor, we're going to jump down to 11,000. By the time we get to Tiber, it's down to 3,900. And our approach then down into Exeter will be at 2,400 feet. Better suited for our nighttime flying here. Can't wait to see Flight Sim in a few more years if it's good, if it's this good now. Well, I tell you, if you were to look back at X-Plane 10, which is years old, and X-Plane 11, which is 4 years old, and even then, like, it's not exactly next-gen graphics. Okay, we saw for the first time the introduction of PBR. That was X-Plane. We saw for the first time 64-bit system. That was X-Plane. So X-Plane have been pushing the envelope in the flight sim world for quite some time now. Not to mention how their physics are just amazing. The flight physics in X-Plane, some aircraft are just absolutely brilliant. In terms of third-party developers, we have seen so many really good developers pushing that envelope as well. A2A over on P3D, you know, you have TorqueSim here on X-Plane, you have, where do we even, like FlyJ Sim, we have Just Flight, we have V-Flight Air, V-Sky Labs, Carenado for the most part. Like, out of the entire Carenado fleet, there's still a handful of aircraft that I will highly recommend. I would like to see more REP packages released for them, just to bring them up to a really high standard. But in saying that, the Just Flight stuff was really good. Like that Piper Arrow they released, the first one, and that was really good. REP or REP, or the Reality Expansion Pack, has just released for the Just Flight Arrow. I'm finding it very difficult to justify any more expenditure on the X-Plane 11 platform at the moment, only because I want to see what Microsoft Flight can do. I'm still confident I'm going to continue on with X-Plane and use both sims, unless of course I see Microsoft Flight Sim just pushing the envelope so far. Like they've moved us light years into what even I thought was possible in a flight sim. When you look at your AAA games and you know how worlds are simulated in that, and weather engines. But at the same time, you know, you have Laminar turning around saying, yes, we know our lighting model needs to be improved. Yes, we know our weather engine needs to improve. We know that our ground scenery needs to improve. They know all of this. And I think they've been fixated on, for the last 18 months, is getting Vulcan. And once Vulcan is done, that is their entire... Like, they're putting all their eggs into Vulcan and Metal, and that'll basically mean that any of the APIs, it doesn't matter. Once they go into Vulcan, everything's going to change automatically on the far side of it. If that happens, and, well, it is going to happen. Like, we're at beta 17, I think, or beta 18. So I'm confident that, you know, in the next 6 to 12 months with X-Plane, and they might call it X-Plane 12, like, when you think about it, the last time Laminar Research got money from me was back in 2015 or 2016 when I bought X-Plane 11. I haven't got a penny off me since then. And all the third-party developers, they've gotten 10 to 20 times the initial price of X-Plane thrown at them for all the add-ons and airports and planes I have and plugins and whatever else. So if it means then that, you know, Laminar are going to put a whole load of work into a new rendition of X-Plane, and you know, if it's going to be X-Plane 12 or just X-Plane desktop or just X-Plane, I don't know what they're going to call it. For me, I need to see massive steps now, because Microsoft have, you know, the sim world has gone from here to, you can't even measure it. It's gone airborne. It's gone airborne. See what I did there? It's gone airborne. So for me, I think Laminar have a lot of ground to cover if they're going to release a new rendition of X-Plane. If it's going to be version 12 or X-Plane 12, they need to really bridge the gap for me to, well, probably not for me. I like X-Plane. I was going to get it anyway, but for everyone else, it's going to be very hard to justify. Jer says X-Plane will come out with something better, or even better, in time. They will, of course they will. As Austin said, it's not his first rodeo, and you know, over time, X-Plane has been the first to bring us new features. We had PBR, we had the 64-bit operate, or the 64-bit for the graphics engine, and yeah. Stephen O says, I'll use both Sims 2, built up way too much of a relationship with X-Plane. Yeah, just to let it go away. I agree. And like the flight we did the other night in the TBM 900, I mean, that was epic. That was great fun. And it's rare that I get that much enjoyment out of a flight sim. So many conditions have to be perfect, you know, the aircraft, the scenery, and that TBM is amazing. So I'm putting all my hopes on X Enviro with Magnus and his crew, because give it enough time, I think X Enviro will rival the weather engine that we have, or Microsoft Laminar will come out with their own version, and we'll have proper 3D volumetric clouds. You won't have this sudden refresh of weather, which is an absolute immersion breaker. So the sun has well and truly set here. Update on our weather. So we have 10 knot wind coming in at bearing 200. Visibility is good. Sky condition is few clouds at 24,000, broken at 1800. No. Temperature 20 degrees, dew point 15 degrees, and we're now down to 3001. Or 1016. With FS Global Real Weather, getting our weather stuff, our weather data for us. It's METAR information. So 23 minutes-ish away. Not a million miles from Cardiff. If we go back into our flight plan, 12,100. So for Exmoor, we're going to be going down to 11,000. We can go ahead and set that now. We can go to vertical speed mode. And we'll go for 200 feet per minute descent. Beautiful lighting below through the hazy conditions. Once we start getting a little bit lower, them lights will really start pumping it. Black Knight is here. Good evening to you, sir. Many thanks for joining us here tonight. So Black Knight is giving us the METAR for Exeter. So the weather is, let me see, 07, this is 20 Zulu time. Wind 290 at 7 knots. We have clear weather conditioning as we turn here. And our QNH is 1019. Let me refresh my weather to see what it's thinking about. Refresh. Our first officer for tonight, Stephen Lowe, says, remember to use CTOT approach, engage it at around 4 DME. Roger, roger. We need clearance, Clarence. Black Knight, what is your source from said weather? Because I have wind 220 at 3 knots, temperature 26, sky conditions, few clouds at 4,000 and pressure 1017. There is a discrepancy. $3004. Now, review weather. So let's go to Echo Gov Tango Echo. Aha. Now we have it. 2907 knots. Sky cover is scatter clouds at 13,000 feet. QNH 1019, correct. Alright, okay, so we're not a million miles off. 11,500 feet. We're not looking too bad for the moment. We'll probably kill some of these lights now. It's a little bit bright in here. Do. That's a little bit better. So if you're just joining us, we're on our approach down to Exeter. We started off tonight from Donegal. We flew Donegal over to Dublin, Dublin to Exeter, and once we get down to Exeter, we'll probably jump the time forward to morning, just to give us something to be looking at. We're in the Carenado Saab 340, version 1.2 of this aircraft. Hasn't been updated now in quite a while, but it seems to be behaving itself. I can't see any major issues with it. Performance is actually quite good in it as well. We're getting 40 frames over Wales as we're in and around Cardiff, and I do have Orbex Cardiff running. Because that noise didn't scare me. Okay, so once we get to Exmoor, our descent will be rapid down to Tiver. So it's only giving us 10 nautical miles-ish to drop about 6,000 feet. Yeah, the map lights. Aha. Okay, as we hit now 11,000 feet, we're going to bring our altitude all the way down. Don't you just hate when that happens? What do we say it needs to be at? 3,900 feet. Okay, so we can go back into vertical speed. And we can go for 800 feet per minute. Bring our torque back a small bit as we start our descent. Just over 10,000 feet. Go ahead, bring our landing lights on. Taxi light can stay on. Why not? Get a flyby here. Nice. So speed is good. We continue our descent at 9,000 feet now. We're very close to Exmoor and Tyburn, and we're going to do a visual approach down into Exeter. The Cessna Grand Caravan actually looks quite good in the new Microsoft Flight Sim as well. I'm a little bit bummed out because there's so many glass cockpits. And I suppose the limitation of the glass cockpits, as you know, if they're the Garmin G1000 or that, they're not, you know, they're not going to be fully modelled, which is a bit of a bummer. I'd rather me owl steam gauges, so I can't wait to get the Cessna 172, which unfortunately is only available through the Premium Deluxe, unless of course the marketplace will allow you to buy just a single plane. That could be interesting, and it'd be interesting to see how much a default aircraft is going to cost in the marketplace. It's hard to know. Interesting. We have V speeds down here. Our compass settings. There it be. Two 1-0. Okay, coming down on 6,000 feet. We're going to increase our rate of descent here from 8 down to 1,200 feet per minute. Watch our speed here again. A nice nighttime approach. So this airport, Exeter, it's from UK 2000. It's one of their finest airports in X-Plane, I think, in my opinion. It's highly detailed. There's great reflections and really good performance in it. Feet to go. We're going for 3,900 down to Tiver or Tiver. Procedure, no. Flight plan, yes. 3,900, and then we'll descend further then down to 2,400 on our visual approach. So quick check, landing lights are on. Seatbelt light is on. Just to make sure they're all sitting down and behaving themselves. So we'll be making a left turn to 188.
Climate 54 Mike November, Sun Delta 16. We're fully ready in request to start.
54 Mike November in the queue, it's rather busy at the runway, stand by for about 6 minutes.
Jack Carter asks, what would you say is a good set of pedals? Well, I had the Cytec ProFlight pedals and they were fine. I got about 10 years or so out of them, and I've just upgraded to the Thrustmaster TPR pedals, or TPL. TPR I think they're called. And they are absolutely outstanding.
Cargo King 217, information Victor Kinix 998, ground 11705, bye.
Now I know there are those who will say that the MFG crosswinds are excellent as well, which they are, but your feet sit on the pedals and they kind of slide like this, yeah? With the Thrustmaster ones, they pretty much imitate what's in a real aircraft. Your heels stay on the ground and your feet move as it hits his mic. Your feet move the rudder, and then your feet come up on the pedals to activate your toe brakes. So
We have a lot of bad weather in the CMA.
really good.
We are, due to that, we are landing a combination which doesn't allow us to start from 2 departure runways. So we have a single departure runway, which of course causes delay with the amount of traffic.
Black Knight says he was actually down this area in and around Appledore and Bideford last September. Sweet.
Call me in the window as soon as you're in it.
Sweet, sweet, sweet. I was down here about 3 years ago, so we drove in from Rosslare over to Fishguard, rambled across down past Cardiff, went down to Bath, then down by Exeter. I wanted to go to, what's it called? Not Aldergrove. Dunsfold, is it? It's where, in Band of Brothers, it's where Easy Company took off from. There's still an airstrip down that neck of the woods. And then we went over to Yeovil. And then from Yeovil we kind of headed across the south. All across this way. And then went up on the M25 into London. That was an experience. Our landing lights are well on at this stage. They're there or there. Now if I look at our visual approach here, so the runway is in here. So our visual approach, we want to be coming in from this side. So before we get to Tiber, if I go back into my procedure, visual 2.6, load and activate, we should be banking, which we are. So altitude is 3,900 feet. The airport is going to appear over on our left. Black Knight says the Cytec combat pedals are good as well. Yep. They're better than the kind of pro flight ones. What I like about the Thrustmaster stuff, it's all metal and they're heavy. Now I had to bolt mine to like just cut out a bit of wood, bolted them onto the cutout of wood, and then they slide under my desk, which is handy. And the wood obviously goes to the skirting board, so they don't move. They will move if you don't bolt them down. That's what I found out. Okay, so 3,900, we can go ahead now and bring this down to 2,500. Go to vertical speed again. 800 feet per minute on our descent. Throttle is okay where it is. We have great visibility here tonight coming into Exeter. I dare say that's the airport there. Maybe not. I think it is though. There's 1,000 to go. Black Knight says there might be some rain moving in from the west, though the radar not showing anything at the moment. No. Visibility isn't too bad. Under the cloud layer it's more than 20k anyway. As we're coming down to 3,000 feet. I love when you see all the smaller details, cars and stuff moving around. Awesome. So we have our ground lighting. Everything looking fairly decent at this stage. We're at 2,500 feet. I'm going to bring our speed back down a small bit here now as well. We're not too far away, but we will go to approach mode on our CTOT. That will regulate our torque, which was nicely pointed out to us by our First Officer Stephen Lowe here this evening. Playing a stormer. We have Exeter, and then we have the runway. Relatively smooth flight experience we're getting out of X-Plane. We're kind of hitting 40 frames, but the sim is running at the moment like butter. We continue on this heading here now until we intercept this imaginary line. Then it'll be a turn to our left and straight in for a landing. Quick check on all our lights and stuff are set. Everything's on that needs to be on. Seatbelt signs are on. And everything doing what it should be doing. So if you've just tuned in, you're joining us for our approach here into Exeter Airport. We took off originally from Donegal. We flew down to Dublin Airport, had a quick pit stop in Dublin, and then we took off from Dublin just as the sun started to set. And we're just arriving now into Exeter. Our plan here is to do another landing. Then we'll depart as dawn breaks, and we're going to do our last flight, which would be over to the county of Waterford in the south of Ireland. We were in an Aer Lingus Saab 340. Aer Lingus did operate the Saab, I think, many moons ago. I think, I could be wrong. But we have it in the new Shamrock livery for Aer Lingus. You can see very little of it now because, well, it's night time. But we'll have a look in the morning when it gets bright. Performance-wise is decent. I'm happy with what we see at the minute. Altitude 2,500 feet. We're probably a little bit low, but totally grand, right? Fuel is okay. Speed is coming down nicely. All our temperatures and pressures are bang on the numbers. There's our runway ahoy. So our plan here is we're going to cancel our autopilot and start our turn. There's a tiny bit of rudder to help us along here as well. Cautious of our speed. We're going to want to start deploying flaps relatively shortly. We have a decent angle on our turn rate here. We have the field. We got a beautiful moon in front of us. Small bit of wind to contend with. As we just get ourselves aligned up here with our instruments.
Terrain, terrain. Terrain, terrain.
Which now? We're a little bit low, but we're okay. Nothing to get worried about just yet. Don't read messages on your phone and fly, guys. It could be detrimental.
Terrain, terrain. Terrain, terrain. Terrain, terrain. Terrain, terrain.
Alright, calm it down.
Terrain, terrain. Terrain, terrain. Terrain, terrain.
Okay, so yaw dampener coming off. First notch of flaps. Watch our speed on this one. Landing gear coming down. Three greens, landing gear down, and indicated. Flap is set to 10 degrees and indicated. 120 knots. Continue our approach here. It looks very pretty. Especially with the moon there, it's this is a nice approach. We'll go to second notch of flaps. A little bit high now. Get this corrected. I love X-Plane at night time. It's not the best thing to be streaming because you can see very little, but the experience is always fantastic. Especially when you see all the moving cars and reflections and just lights scattered about the place. Awesome. Jump ahead here to our little GoPro camera. You can see all the cars out on the road. And we are super high. So put our last notch of flaps in. We have a big-ish enough runway here anyway, so I'm not overly worried just yet. So we have full flaps as we continue our approach. A little bit high.
Sink rate, sink rate. Sink rate, sink rate.
We're grand.
Sink rate, sink rate. Sink rate, sink rate.
It's Aer Lingus, so we're having the
Sink
crack.
rate, sink rate.
Keep an eye on our speed as we come down here. So you align yourself just with the start of the runway and then your eyes shift up to the end of the runway and just try and keep everything as close as you possibly can. There's a small bit of wind just to contend with. You have illumination on the ground. Watch your flare and your speeds. And hold it for a little bit, not like that. And touchdown on the back. Reverses out, keep it on the centre line. That was sporty. Decel 60 knots. Go to some manual braking here. There is an exit here. Landing lights off, bring our flaps back in. Welcome to Exeter. And you can see very little. But we'll see it a little bit better once it gets to morning time here. As we ramble across to the south apron. A magical fuel truck driving through the buildings? Sure, why not? Go ahead, kill our taxi lights and our strobes. Let's ramble ourselves up to a parking position. That Lewis, parking brakes on. Probably turn on some dome lights here as well, just so we can see what we're doing. Get that guy sorted. Okay, so igniters are still on. Go ahead, turn these guys off. Into our condition levelers. Bring these guys right back. And both engines coming off. Connect our GPU. We'll go to external power mode. And we can open up our doors here. Alrighty. Leg 2 completed. Time for coffees before the return flight. Absolutely. So we are on the ground here in the Exeter. We can't see much, so we're just going to accelerate the time here, guys. Because it is a super looking airport. Oh, look at that. It's morning. And welcome to Exeter. We'll zoom out and see what we can see. So this is the airport. It's made by UK 2000. And it's super nice as the weather kind of figures out what it wants to do. You can see it's highly detailed. And I love that. Flybe, welcome to Exeter. There's like a ton of ground objects here, and it's just a really nice airport. Yeah, the landing was a little bit on the long side. Certainly no points awarded to us for that messing around. So what we're going to do with our GPU connected, we're going to get ready for our next and final flight, which is going to take us back to Ireland over to the Waterford. And what we're going to do, we're going to take a quick little break, refill our little cup on here, and be back to you in a sec. Alrighty, welcome back. So, this is going to be sporty because we want to catch Cat Trader stream. So, our flight plan, we need to delete this. And we're going to go a direct to mode, and that's going to be Echo India Whiskey Foxtrot. Enter that one in there. We're just going to go direct to and fly this thing at about 300 miles per hour because why not? That's nice. Welcome to Exeter. Okay, so outside the aircraft, quick look around. Nice and quiet here. The shadows are doing some weird things with the rendering stuff, but we won't get too upset. The ladder in, close the baggage door. Get our main door closed as well. Awesome. So let's not make the same mistake we made the last time. Igniters are both to on. Nav beacon lights are on. Logo and wing lights are on. We're running on external power. All that is just grand. We're going to start and push rather than push and start, only because we have the GPU there. Igniters are on. So we shall go on the right engine first. Zoom in. There's fuel gone in. And we have a good start on the right engine. Black Knight says, oh, by the way, did you get the whole Angry Duck Hood ornament reference on Wednesday? It was a reference to the movie Convoy. That's what it was. I was thinking of it after. It's like, I think I know what he means, but I best not say it in case I'm wrong. Because if you'll notice with my alerts, it's all like, hey, good buddy, and that's a big 10-4, good buddy. Hey, good buddy. So if you're watching on Twitch and you're new here, if you hit the follow button, you'll get a hey, good buddy. Likewise, if you're on YouTube and you like what you see, hit the subscribe button and you'll get a hey, good buddy. You have to be different, you know. Anyway, good start on the right-hand side. We're going to go for the left engine now. As we watch all our stuff here. Temperature rising. Engine RPM and prop RPM starting to rise. It was also in death proof as well. Aha! Excelente. So we have a start on both engines. We are now going to reset our gens. Our bleeds are on. External power to off. Disappear our GPU.
Okay, I'll send the push card.
There goes your man through the building and pure Yakiboo style. As you do for your ground pushback. It's okay, we won't tell anyone. So this is the new Aer Lingus livery. Really pretty.
Here we go.
Ride the big six.
Hey, I need your brakes off.
Okay. So our pushback has begun. That's a sporty pushback. Not the best of camera angles, but that'll do you, mate. Don't push us off the grass.
I need you parked on the ramp for a push.
Okay. Parking brake set to on. Cheers, good buddy. Taxi lights coming on. And we're pretty much good to go here now. So parking brake off. A shot of power here. Change our altitude. We're going to bring this all the way up to 12,000 feet. As we taxi out from Exeter, on our way back to Ireland, we're going to do a full stop landing over in Waterford. I have to say, it looks nice. So quick check of everything before we get going here. Ignition to continuous. You can close the gates on these here as well. Look where you're going, Murphy. Taxi lights are on. Stereo cockpit, they're all okay. Bleeds are on. Put on some air for our passengers. This will be a sporty flight. We have our CTOT turned on. Let me just increase that a small bit. We can give it full power. Let's taxi on out here. We probably don't need the entire runway here because it's quite long, but we'll go for a bit of a shot and see what happens. Our flight will take us over the Irish Sea and straight back into Irish airspace. Runway ahead. Go ahead, get our landing lights and strobes on. We will drop a notch of flap for our takeoff. So, condition level to full. Get ourselves lined up here at the runway. Okay, quick check before we go. Lights are set, transponder is on. With a beta range, we can go ahead and start adding in some power. Power is set, airspeed is alive. There's 80 knots as we keep it on the centre line. Bit of wind to contend with. There's 100 knots, we're getting light now. Pitch up. There we go. Positive rate. Gear coming up. We'll tap the brakes just as our wheels go in, so the wheels aren't dirtying the underneath of our aircraft and the wheels spinning inside just for that noise. So there's 300. Flaps up. Yaw dampener on. Again, another small bit of altitude, and then it's a bank to our left here. We got a good climb. Speed is increasing. A beautiful morning here as we depart Exeter. This direct to mode. Decent mesh over this neck of the woods as well. Although speaking of mesh, the mesh in Microsoft Flight Sim is amazing looking. A couple of buggy areas alright, just where the water seems to be higher than kind of the ground level, but nothing major. I'm sure they'll figure it all out in time for the release, and if not, certainly within a few days. So autopilot, we're going to engage that. We're going to go to vertical speed mode. $1900 is a little bit steep. We'll go 1500 on our climb. 12,000 feet is our destined altitude. That's what we're looking for. As we leave the very, very nice southwest of England. Europe is providing all our kind of ground objects, I suppose. Waterford XP is providing our textures. Ultra Weather XP is our weather lighting sky color thingy, and then we have FS Global Real Weather pumping the weather in. So all looks kind of decent-ish. As we continue our climb out, we'll hop out, get a couple of scenic shots for our quick flight back home to Waterford. And we can't forget about the shameless plug. Alrighty. Speed is good, up to about 200 knots. And we are about 36 minutes away from our destination over in the county of Waterford. We're still in vertical speed mode. Engine temperature is sitting at 808. Torque is quite okay. We can turn this bad boy off now. CTOT to off. We'll have a drop on torque and then it'll stabilize. Bring our propeller RPM back ever so slightly. Not too much. That'll allow us to bring our torque back up, and we're going to aim for 820 for our temperature. There's our altitude warning light giving us 1,000 feet to go. "11 days, guys. 11 days. Then the crack will start. We have this kind of low, misty visibility. As always, I do hope you guys enjoyed these streams. And many thanks for joining me. Otherwise I'd be sitting here on my own, talking to myself, coming up with all sorts of mad stories. And I didn't get a new camera. I've changed my camera. Yeah, no one gave me any feedback on the camera. Don't you like the camera? I've gone from my normal, what was it? A Logitech C920, which I still have over there somewhere. And that's my DSLR. It's an old Canon 70D. And Canon have recently released a beta software pack whereby you can actually plug your DSLR into your PC with a USB. Try to say that really fast after a couple of beers, and it will allow you to use it as a webcam. So I went off and I got this. You can get like an external battery that plugs into your mains to power it, and there is a slight delay, as in it's in 30 frames, so I'm kind of all and I need to fix the colours because that's not actually purple behind me, that's blue and red. Jer says the camera is fine. Thank you very much, Jer. Says you, the camera is fine, but the picture is woeful bad. Who's your man? It'll be worse. I don't know how, but it could be worse. So we are at our designated altitude. We want to bring our speed back a little bit, otherwise she's going to want to pitch up and pitch down just to maintain the bit of speed. So we're doing well, we're fairly trucking it now. We are 27 minutes or 132 nautical miles away from Waterford. So far so good. This is the Carenado Saab 340. And it's running quite well. Senan Gallagher says, I wonder what if any military aircraft will be added to Microsoft Flight Sim in the future, like the F-18 and FSX. Yeah, interesting. One thing I will say, if they do add military aircraft, they're going to look fantastic. Although I will say DCS is the absolute platform for military aircraft, and it looks amazing as well. There is quite a steep learning curve, but there's plenty of resources online on YouTube and on Twitch. I might do stuff on it. I've spent a little bit of time at DCS, nowhere near enough to be anyway proficient. And it's just because I didn't have time, you know. Like, I bought the sim back in, well, I had the sim for ages, it's free, but like I bought a whole load of add-ons. I got the F-14 and F-18 and, you know, Las Vegas and Dubai, and I got a load of the add-on packs for it. And I had a little bit of time back in May to mess around with it, and I haven't really touched it since then. But I will say, it's epic. DCS is very good. Jer says, we'll have to get me this plane. It is a very good one, Jer. And the modelling is superb. Really nice texture work as well. The use of PBR is very good. And the modelling is right on the money. Sounds are pretty awesome as well. We don't need our landing lights. We could turn off our fasten the seatbelt sign, but, well, as you can see, we forgot all our passengers. But that's okay. This is just a return to base kind of mission thingy. I think the biggest thing for Microsoft Flight Sim I'm looking forward to after it releases is going to be, there's certainly a number of custom airports I would love to see and how well they're going to be implemented in the sim. Probably the likes of your Aerosoft Dublin, and any Irish airport is going to get an instant green light. But I'm really looking forward to choppers, because the sim looks so well, and with the photogrammetry stuff, like, you know, you can fly over the pyramids, you can fly around Rome, but to be able to get a chopper in and hover and really take in the details, like that's amazing. And I'm super hyped about the multiplayer aspect, whereby, you know, guys, when this whole sim releases on Tuesday week, the 18th, I plan to stream it from the get-go. Once it's installed, I'm pretty much going to jump in there. I'm going to try and set up my key configurations to closely match what I'm used to in X-Plane. So for example, on my numpad, I have these keys. So, you know, 0 is my pilot in command, 1 is my overhead, 2 is usually the ground panel, 3 is usually navigation, 4 is view left, 6 is view right, 5 is just a different view, 7 is my GoPro, and then 8 and 9 are external cameras. And they're the Bible of what I do. Now, I know some people might keybind number 4 as their pilot in command, but that's the way I want to set them up. And I've kind of half figured out a way how to pan the aircraft around in that view, but it tends to be at this speed. And then they have like a drone camera that I gotta get used to that one as well. So my plan is, as soon as I turn on the sim, I'm going to go through all the settings and see how it all looks. And then we're jumping in a Cessna 172, the old steam gauges, and we're going to take off from Donegal and ramble down towards Sligo first. That's going to be the first little spin. And I've no stream next Friday. I'm heading off up to Donegal with my wife and my son, and we're going to have a look at this Mount Errigal. I'm also going up to Donegal Airport to have a gawk, and I'm also going to go to Sligo Airport to have a gawk. So you'll hear it from the horse's mouth. Black Knight having some internal chat, but I will add on to it to say the LES version of the Saab, it is better in terms of its systems. I fully agree, and when they do release their version 2, I would be very confident to say it will be by far the best Saab available in any flight sim. As the camera stutters. Yeah, so once they update the LES to version 2, it'll be amazing. And in fairness to the LES Saab, like, I mean, it still looks decent. You know, the modelling is great. They gave it an update for X-Plane 11 a couple of months ago, or maybe a year ago, and they added, you know, the PBR, and they added a couple of new textures, and it looked fine, you know. I also have the Carenado F50, the Fokker 50. That's something else we're going to fly between now and the release of Microsoft Flight Sim. I also want to jump back into the SR22 because I got a mention on the interwebs today from Stefan about his cow, and his cow is called Milkshake. So he wasn't impressed that I disappeared poor old Milkshake on him. Plus the SR22 from TorqueSim just got an update this week, and I haven't flown the Islander in a couple of weeks since it was updated, so we might do something on that as well. So we'll play it by ear. And then of course I also want to fly the Carenado Grand Caravan, not the EX version but the older version for X-Plane 11, because that is coming out in Microsoft Flight Sim. They have a Grand Caravan in it, so it'll be interesting to compare like with like. We flew the King Air and the Icon last week. I don't really know what else I have. I haven't seen any Pipers apart from the Cub in Microsoft Flight Sim. So we shall wait and see. So 20 minutes away, we're doing 277 over the ground. We're booting it. Push to test. Well, that's not really your standard Carenado kind of stuff when you see all little systems like this monitored and modelled. Davin Crawford is here. Good evening, all. How's things this evening? Very well, Davin. You're most welcome to the stream tonight. We started off in Donegal earlier on tonight. We're in the Carenado Saab 340. I flew from Donegal over to Dublin, and then we went Dublin to Exeter for a nighttime landing. And it's morning time now. We've just taken off from Exeter, and we're on our way back to Waterford. This is the last leg of our flight this evening with our regional flying. We're still very much on the hype train for Microsoft Flight Sim. 11 days. And in about 23 minutes, it'll be 10 days. And so on, and so on, and so on. Can't wait for that sim. So, current METAR, many thanks Black Knight. Current METAR in Waterford. 0720 Zulu time, no wind, few clouds, scatter clouds, few clouds at 400, scatter clouds at 2800, and our Q at H is 1019. So if we were to go to here and we go Echo India Whiskey Foxtrot, so according to my gadget we're getting actually some wind information. 312 degrees at 7 knots. Visibility is 15 kilometers. Sky conditions, few clouds at 32,000 feet. Temperature 20 degrees, dew point 18 degrees, and 1019 hectopascals, or we are at 30.09 inches of mercury. As we continue flying here, we are 83 miles away from our destination. What else can we mess around with in here? We have sun visors. Very fancy. I figured out how to work out my lights. You just click them on and they work. One thing I will say about the Carenado Saab, there is a whole load of clickable regions. The door, as we ramble out into the cabin. So you have this panel switch over here. They work all your lights, the overheads, the lavatory lights. They all work. All of the seats are modelled. So you can lift the armrests. You can push back the seat. And not only that, you can unfold the seat trays. Not only that, you can turn on the lights or call for an attendant. So there's a lot of cool, if you're into it of course, features in the Carenado version of this aircraft. And I suspect they put in all those bits and bobs to try and edge it closer to the LES version. Davin says, I must say I'm looking forward to it, although I think I might hold out for a little while, as being a commercial nut I would like some quality tube liners first, methinks. I'll have to wait and see. Yeah, that's kind of where the divide is going to be. I think for the initial couple of weeks with Microsoft Flight Sim, the focus is going to be GA, low and slow, because you want to see the bush flying element of the sim. You want to see the close-up world that they've built. You know, you're going to be looking at all the fantastic photogrammetry cities. There's 400 cities that are going to be spot on. In terms of the tube liners, you can still fly them. You know, you have an A320, you have a 747, and if you go for the Premium Deluxe, you have access to the 787. Not to mention you have a couple of business jets as well with the Citation But yeah, I you know, you could be limited in terms of what the avionics can do. Now, we saw the limitations on Squirrel's video whereby they weren't fully working, but like, that could be an easy fix, you know? I would hope. And like the A320 has been in, it's been in the alpha tester and beta testers' hands for a good while now. Black Knight giving us an update on the wind, 329 at 7 knots. Yeah, it should be okay. So we are 14 minutes away. We're currently at 12,000 feet. Our visibility isn't great over this neck of the woods, but that's okay. Yeah, like some of the tube liners, like PMDG, there's no release date for that 737 yet, but like, that is going to be epic. They don't do bad aircraft at all. And I haven't used my PMDG stuff since FSX. And I had the 777, I had the 737. You know, I think we all jumped for the, was it the DC-6? Or the, was it DC-6 that came out in X-Plane? And it was in the middle of the road, but the systems were quite good, you know? Plus, if A2A bring out stuff, it's just going to be epic. I have noticed, now that I use one PC to stream, every now and again, when I load in scenery, the sim gets real kind of jittery. Senan says, I only have a GT 1030, so I doubt it'll run on my sim, but the Xbox Game Pass is only €1, so I'll download it on that anyway and see. 100%. And like, don't forget, if you have the console, it's going to work on a console. I'd say that's going to release probably October. So we wait and see. Don't forget, guys, you may or may not be aware, but we also have a Discord as well. We can continue our discussions after the stream and during the week. If you have any news or questions or anything flight sim related, or even driving, or I did a stream the other night driving. Oh, God almighty. As I was saying to myself, you know, you don't want to get burnt out with your flight sim. So I said I'll try American Truck Sim. It was grand and all, but like, I couldn't drive it. It was abysmal. It was horrible. Jer says, would really like to see the A2A getting on board. Yeah, I would love to see A2A. Like what was the last one they did? Was it the Bonanza? And before that I had the Comanche and the 172. And did they do a 182? I think they did. Like, yeah. I haven't heard anything from A2A officially in the last couple of weeks to say we're working on this. And maybe I haven't been looking in the right places. Davin Crawford says, I think I'm most excited for the 744, having only had the X-Plane. I can't even read, man. Let's try that again, shall we? I think I'm most excited for the 744, having only had X-Plane for a relatively short simming experience since Christmas 2018. The one thing I've longed for is a decent 747. Absolutely. So SSG's 747, I don't recommend it at all. I stay away from it. PMDG did the Queen of the Skies version of the 747. I think they gave it the 800i, was it? Again, the 747 that's in Microsoft Flight Sim looks absolutely beautiful. I imagine there are and will be some limitations with the systems modelling. But at the same token, I don't see why Azebo-esque type of setup will happen over on Microsoft Flight Sim. If they give you a base aircraft and if you're able to edit some of the files in it, you're going to have some beautiful aircraft. .42 nautical miles away. We're going to start a descent now, so we're at 12,000. We're going to lower this all the way down to 4. And we shall go into IAS mode for our descent. Bring our power back, and this should start our descent for us to maintain our speed, which it does. 1500 feet per minute is going to be the limit that I want as we start our descent. Okay, so might as well go ahead and get our landing lights all set up here now. Ding our passengers as we're going to break down through the clouds. Everything so far is looking good. We'll do our last few scenic shots here before we plan our landing. Alrighty. So, 4 minutes away, coming in at 6,000 feet. Bring our speed right back now. Over this to 3,000. And what I want to do is sync up our heading bug. As we have our sights on the coast. We're fairly trucking it here. There's 1,000 feet to go. As the weather just does a crazy load in, I'm not going to miss that. I'm going to be honest with you, just not going to miss that. Alright, I think we're going to hand fly this one. Autopilot off. Head out this kind of direction here. Keep an eye on our speed here. Down into sunny Waterford, indeed. It's always sunny in Waterford. It's not the Rona. Wind is now at 4 knots. Yep, we've gone from very kind of calm conditions to 3 knots. Well, no, 7 knots and now 4 knots. So we shouldn't have much of a headache coming to this landing. I say we shouldn't, but we shall see. Go ahead and turn on our approach on our CTOT. So quick check, all our lights, landing lights are on. We're going to bleed our speed back here a little bit. You can see there's kind of a sand dune thingy just over the wing, or over the glare shield here. That's kind of a landmark we're aiming for. So we're going to enter the bay from this side, turn right over the sand dune thingy there, and we should see the runway. Keep it at 2,000 feet. We let our speed bleed off here a little bit. We'll get it down to about 130 knots. We can start deploying some flaps. So, activate our yaw dampener. First notch of flaps. We have a visual on the runway. Fighting a small bit of trim here. Bouncy, bouncy. Wonder what the old angle of attack is like. Not too bad. We're at 1200. We're close to our turning point. Gonna make right base and then turn on final. And start our turn. We can extend the landing gear here now. 3 greens. Gear is down and indicated. Visibility is a little bit lower than what I thought, but we're still fine. The beautiful sunny Waterford. Buried in clouds. Go ahead now, bring our flaps down to full. There's our pappy lights on there now. So landing lights are on, landing gear is down, 3 greens, flaps are set to full, and we'll just cruise it on in. A little bit high, but we'll correct all this now in a couple nomade. Some of the Osquailga. It's quite limited, that's all I have. I'll learn more though. Waterford Airport. There's a big flying school down here. It's south of the town, city, Waterford City. Waterford City. About 10 miles I think south. Try and keep ourselves here somewhat on the centre line. Oh, Julia! And the landing gear is like shot. Not one of our finer moments, gentlemen. What a way to go. What a way to go. So reverses almost full. Get ourselves turned around here. Janie Mac, that wasn't a good landing. That's as bad now, as bad as gonna get. But it's grand, we totally made it. That was a landing worthy of any Ryanair. Not necessarily Aer Lingus. Okay, start tidying up, bring our flaps in. Landing lights and strobes can come off. As we sheepishly limp back to the terminal here. I reckon that's going to give us an instant sacking from Aer Lingus. I think we broke something. Might want to go back and collect the main gear from the runway. It's in several thousand pieces. Kenneth Naughton says, join Ryanair then. Yep. That was most definitely a rough landing. Could you even classify that as a landing? I think not. Okay, park and brake on. We'll turn off the beta here. Okay, one thing, so we must go back and look at that. What do you reckon? Okay, the old camera's freaking out a little bit. Don't freak out now. Right there. Okay. This is going to be disaster. So the approach is kind of, you know, let's see that again. Okay, we seem to be under pressure here with our frame, so we'll try not to go. Yeah, something terribly wrong here, guys. A bug in the system. Crunch. Yeah. Ouch. Okay, there's all sorts of holy moly stuff going on. Jump back into the cockpit here as our textures. There we go. Anyway. So, bring our props right back. Taxi light can come off. We're okay up here for the moment. We don't need our ground power. We're pretty much going to shut it down. Right and left engines powered off. If we open the door, literally the passengers will flow out because that's all that's left of them. They have been liquefied with that landing. You can hear the props shutting down. Ignitions switches can go to off. Don't need to worry about external power. Close our bleeds. Turn off our fans. Our window heats can come off. Logo light can come off. Gens to off. Seatbelt off. And batteries off. Carrier landing, yeah. Alright, welcome to Waterford. And what a landing. Well guys, I have to say that was a blast and a bump tonight. To recap, we went from Donegal to Dublin, Dublin to Exeter, and then Exeter to Waterford, where we exploded on our landing, but it's quite okay. Anyway, the Microsoft Flight Simulator hype continues. We are officially 10 days away now. 10 days. We'll be back as normal on Monday and Wednesday. We won't be here next Friday, so I'll probably do maybe a stream over the weekend. I want to thank everyone for tuning in for tonight. Thanks so much for joining me, guys. You make all the difference. Full of great chat. Many thanks to our first officer for this evening, because without the guidance we got, we certainly would have exploded many times. So to Stephen Lowe, thank you very much. For everyone else in the chat, or if you're watching this video back on YouTube or Twitch, if you like what you see, do hit the thumbs up button, and you might even consider subscribing. So that's it until the next one, guys. Thank you so much. Look after yourselves, stay safe, and I'll see you soon. Take care.